Yeah, please go on.
Oh, okay, Mazi. Okay. If you can mute from your side so that I can't get any. Thank you, Mazi. It's very clear now. Mazi, let me start from the question you just threw right now. Mazi Benjamin, this is completely 2 years. The leadership have tried all they could for Mazi Benjamin to visit Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in the detention facility. Many people have fought against it. Last month, the leadership also spent money to make sure that Mazi Jonathan, when Onyendu wanted to see him, Onyendu want to hear from him, because all this while, those who go to tell Mazi Nnamdi Kanu about IPOB, mainly his siblings. The siblings of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu are the ones that goes to tell Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And the barristers, that is, the barristers is if we send them message, and we don't know other messages they used to drop for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. But it is only Benjamin Madubugu, whom we know is an IPOB member. He went to prison because of this struggle. And for 2 years, we have tried. On many occasions, they label him all kind of things. They bring confusions. And all these things they did was to make sure that Benjamin don't visit Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Because we know if Benjamin visits Mazi Nnamdi Kanu as an IPOB member, he knows the structure. He knows everything. At least he can be able to tell Mazi Nnamdi Kanu what is happening outside the four walls of the DSS dungeon. Mazi, am I coming out? Is saying my connection lost? I don't know if it's affecting the Mazi, am I coming out? Is saying my connection lost? I don't know if it's affecting the.
Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE. Welcome back, please. There is some technical issues that came up, but I think it's fixed right now. So we must continue, please. Please. I welcome each and every one of you back to this Hello platform. So, Mazi Chinasa, you are continuing. Please continue. Let me see. Please hold on. Yes. Please continue in what you're saying. Continue. You understand the question?
Okay. Okay.
Yes. Your voice is crystal clear.
Yes. Yeah. So, dear friends, from where I stopped, I was talking about how our brother Mazi Madubugu, we tried to make sure he visits Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And Mazi Nnamdi Kanu on several occasions have asked him to come and see him in the DSS dungeon, which we have tried on many occasions and failed. But, Chukwu Kadiama is great. Last month when he asked him to come also, he went there, he could not see him. But so God, with infinite mercy, last Thursday he went there and he was able to meet Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And we realized also the fact that there is nobody from the leadership who goes directly or who can be able to communicate to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. That people took that opportunity to blackmail IPOB leadership. They took that opportunity to blackmail everybody they think that will be a hindrance for them to be able to hijack the struggle. That was what had been happening for 2 years. Because I could remember the day Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped, everything was in order. We were communicating, like I said, I continue to say it, I was communicating with him on that particular day until he told me, okay, I will get back to you. And that was the last day. And suddenly, when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was renditioned to Nigeria, a lot of things start happening. A lot start happening. In one of the things I wrote on social media about the letter was written by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. But you see, one of his siblings, who is very good to come on social media, he has nothing to talk since they both Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to talk about Chinedu. I wrote that this message has been given for past 1 year, for a very long time. The letter is not coming new. And can any one of them argue that? That Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, why would Mazi Nnamdi Kanu even go to the extent to write a letter? Because, and they gave it to them, gave it to Aloy to present this letter, even though some of us are not somehow agreeable. Of course, not everything people do you must accept or you must just say it's okay. But for us, there was no need of even giving a written note. Why a written note was given out was because this message, Onyendu have continually sent this message. If you compare the time Abanibe met Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in December 2021 and heard what he said, that means from all that time, Onyendu wife have visited the husband also. There are people that have gone to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, continually asking about this sit at home, and he said he did not authorize anybody. After all, he's the one that told us to call up the sit at home off. The sit at home, everybody should remember something today. Why we gave that order for people to sit at home was because on 25th of July that they're supposed to bring Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to court. On 25th of July,
Mazi, please, it seems you mute your phone. Please. I don't know what happened. Mazi Nasa. Mazi, can you hear me? My goodness me. I don't know. You mute, or is it automatic muting? I don't know what is happening. But we must continue. Do not forget that we are still on this platform with Mazi Chinedu. It doesn't matter the ups and downs that we are experiencing, we must continue. I think Mazi Nasa, I don't know what happened. Or is you muted your phone or something like that.
nobody muted my phone. I didn't mute my phone. How can I mute my phone while I'm talking?
No,
I didn't mute anything.
Your voice just ceased. It's not from here. It's not from here. Go on, please.
And yes. So I don't know. So everybody's supposed to know.
Honestly speaking, this thing will just kick you out without warning. I don't really know. Mazi, please continue. My goodness. Mazi, please continue.
Since we are having so much attack today.
Yes, the system you are using will just automatically go off by itself. I don't know why. But go on, go on.
I don't know. My system is okay.
Go on, go on. Because it's not from here. It's not from here, honestly. Continue.
Okay.
Yeah, continue.
Okay. I said everybody should know the reason why we ordered for the sit at home. On 25th of June 2001, when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was supposed to be brought to court, the DSS did not bring him to court. And there was this strong rumor that time that the life of Nnamdi Kanu was in danger. That this particular time that he could not, even the women in America were rumoring that Nnamdi Kanu has only 2 weeks that he will die in the DSS dungeon. After considering the pressure in Biafra land, the DOS had a meeting. The pressure was so much that people were leveling all kinds of things, saying we are the one that sold Nnamdi Kanu. We needed to take a measure. That was why we came together. We said, let's kickstart from here, because we know the Nigerian government was waiting for us to march on the street or protest, and people will be massacred. We said, let us follow it from this angle. When we called for the sit at home, we gave like 1 week before the sit at home was activated. None of the lawyers were allowed to see Nnamdi Kanu. The sit at home started on that Monday. We started that sit at home. That was the day. That was, I think, 8th of August or 6th of August. That was the day, 6th of August. That was the day they allowed Nnamdi Kanu, Ejimako, met Nnamdi Kanu that day. And he said we should call off the sit at home. But even though within that 1 week we put that sit at home, asking people to buy things for their homes, everything that we use, that was when we were getting pressure from his brother. Even that time, nobody has said seen Nnamdi Kanu. Until that time, they didn't bring him to court. We have to obey the leader the next Monday, even though we knew, because we have been told, the gods of the land have told us that we have wakened the spirit of the land. That for us going to call this sit at home off, it is not going to be easy. It was very difficult for Mazi to say, we begged Nnamdi Kanu, we set up this sit at home. Allow us to control it. We know the tactics we want to use. Allow us to handle this. This sit at home was not meant to come to this level. This sit at home, we were having a target because the day I made the pronouncement, I made it very clear that it is subject to review. And we were having our target. We were having our target, what we want to use the sit at home, but nobody, people were not communicating the right thing we were telling Nnamdi Kanu. We are in this struggle. Does it mean that people like us do not know what we are doing in this struggle? Is that what people are telling us? Those who attack that sit at home, for the fact that we believe in the supreme leader, this struggle is a command and control. We said we have to obey Nnamdi Kanu, even if it's in the DSS dungeon. It was very difficult. We said, let us obey first, and whatever will come after, that we have to handle it. It was very difficult. During the weekend on Saturday, Mazi came on air before the next Monday. We even asked, give us 1 month. We have said this thing. We are the ones to go out there to control it. We know how we set this sit at home. We know the plan. The leadership know how they have moved to use this sit at home to oppress. But people who want the leadership to fail continue to attack from day one. And at that particular time, Mazi called off this sit at home on a Saturday, and this is where we are today. And from that particular moment, when that sit at home issue was happening, was about to happen, we called it off. What thing people don't understand, that they don't know that this chief Eperima, you see today, that Kanu called him, told him that he's going to give him one position in IPOB. When they were having their meeting on who will take over the radio, we knew. But it's so sometimes we have to be mature. Because we don't come on radio and talk about everything. When they were having the meeting with the women in America, with him and to hand him over the radio Biafra, we knew the people in the meeting communicated to us also. Okay, when we need to get the instruction, we followed. We just want to do the normal thing. But I think most of you saw how far they took that. Because they were having a sinister plan against this struggle. God knows what they have been telling Onion Group, telling the sit at home, but what I can tell you on many occasions, people, Nnamdi Kanu have sent people. I can tell you he has sent Barrister to talk to the Perima to stop this sit at home, and he will insult the barrister. He has spoken to Maxwell to tell this guy, don't do this thing in my name. He insulted them and they pushed them aside. Ejimako cannot say you have not been told for more than a year. But I don't know how they are twisting it with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, delaying it till it got to this point that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have to release a written document. Because I am sure all the things these criminals are doing, only do is they have seen that when people are coming, they are telling him things, people in the name of IPO, that we see how serious those things have been coming on air to shout. And people say, I am calling the names of IPOB members on the radio. We don't call them of IPOB members who are doing the work of IPOB. We call the name of criminals, those using the name of IPOB to kill our people, to do kidnapping, ransom taking, forced marriages, rape, land disputes, traditional legal disputes, and political issues. These are not IPOB members. And we continue. The first announcement I made on this was on 14th December 2021. We continue to talk to our people. Many understood what was happening. We have fought this battle for more than almost 2 years, and we have money before they came and raised it up again. Let me say something, because this issue, there is no way we can talk about it without bringing a lawyer to my inside, because it all circles around him. And there is no way we can explain these things. When he brought the message to people, for very long. And I can tell you, only to have even asked them to institute a case against Eperima in Finland over using his name for more than 1 year ago. But I don't know how they have been maneuvering it in Chinedu until he loses his patience. Let me make it very clear. When there is a breakdown in communication, there are people you see, they don't want to communicate with you because they have their own plans. They have what they want to do. Ejimako does not like to work with any member of the GOS. Nobody in the GOS, the frontline GOS people that I know, who communicates with Ejimako because of certain reasons. It's not because of yesterday or because of day before yesterday. Everybody knew when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was renditioned from Kenya. The IPOB, at that particular moment, I can inform my fellow DOS member what is happening, or maybe what Barrister Joko said, or what Barrister Jimako said. At a point, some of them feel like as if there was something, maybe I'm not explaining things to them very well. I feel in that way. Some say, I can't say. These lawyers they are there in the social media. We can bring them among the GOS to speak to them, to understand how they are moving, how they are handling Onyendupe. And everybody accepted. Some of the GOS members who are always worried of what was happening in the social media. Mazi Zomi said, everybody, I tell you, all of them, everybody, he said, can we speak to this lawyer? Because I've got phone here on we brought in Barrister Jofo. We brought in Barrister Lawyer Jofo. We want them to brief us to understand this case, because many things we hear on social media, they come out, they make, that time they come out, a lawyer Jofo will write his own visit, Prince Kanu will write his own, Kanu will write his own, Jofo will write his own. Everybody come out and, I make this person today like there is confusion everywhere. I don't forget that day when we call it in my company. We want to understand issue in Kenya, everything. Why is all this confusion? Jofo was there speaking to us. When we want to speak to our lawyer, our lawyer said, did we call him to interrogate him? We summoned him. Why we summoned him? He took the telephone to say that the DOS summoned him. This is our first conversation with him. We let him know we are not summoning you. We want to understand what is happening, what is going to happen in the public. I can bet you people, when he handed over that telephone to Fireboy to speak, he is the lawyer. We want to hear from him. He handed over that telephone to Fireboy, and the leadership removed that line up because we don't want to speak to Fireboy. He's not the lawyer. That was the first sign. We decided. We said, okay, everybody, this is the number of victims. If you want to get any information from you, you can do that. So that whatever he tells you, whatever he tells me, we can be able to understand what is happening. Some were communicating him, but their communication were not efficient enough. They are not getting the sense. Some of them feel tired, but I continue because I know all the more days of somebody must be there. We can't keep everybody far, irrespective of anything. Ask him. I continue communicating. Along the line, when the case in Kenya was rolling up, because if you come outside and talk about us, we have to come and explain to the public. Unless you don't want us to talk about what we know with you, then stop blackmailing us. Stop thinking we are not stupid. We know we are the leaders of this movement. We keep a lot of things in our hearts that is not meant for the public. But if you want to use it to blackmail us, to make us look like stupid, we will tell the Biafrans what we know. And the Biafrans will be the judge. At this particular point, that was in September, when they filed a case in Kenya. If everybody can understand, that was in September, in December. Anytime Chinedu is going to court, you will see Sahara reporters and all the newspapers, Mazi Kanu technically in Kenya. Mazi Kanu technically in Kenya. I saw this report 3 times when I said, what is happening? This technically in Kenya. I went to see the same message. It was not like they are recycling the message. I took it upon myself. I called it and I said, Barrister, can we stop whining our people? I said, can we stop whining our people with this Chinedu technically in Kenya anytime they go to court? And I made it very clear for him. I said, Barrister, I have sent somebody to Kenya. I told him. I said, I sent somebody to Kenya. I told him, I know everything. I know what happened. I said, I know. Even the person lost his life on that mission. There is also another IPOB member. I'm not going to mention his name. He flew into Kenya also. Because we want to know. We know everything. Please, stop every mistake, everything that has happened. Me, Tina Samoru, I have found out. And we keep it until Onyendu is released. It is not for the public. I told him, Barrister, can we stop whining our people Onyendu? I told him, can we focus on the case and stop? And I said, you guys are doing nothing. And I told him clearly, I said, go and tell Onyendu that this nonsense they are talking in Kenya, nothing is happening in Kenya. I told him, forget this small thing, these things they make. At a point, Barrister Geoffrey, there was somebody on them, even I think it was Maxwell, they want him to go to Kenya to go and follow the case. They refused. The people said that the people that, when they were making all those rigmarole things, I found out that was when, on my own, I flew in somebody to Kenya. And everything I want to know, I know it. It's not, we are not talking on social media. We are not coming here to talk. And at the end of the day, I told Ejimakor, tell Onyendu, nothing is happening in Kenya. And I told Ejimakor, let's stop using, and I asked him the rationale that this man in UK is the one who found you a lawyer in Kenya. It's like the British finding you a lawyer in Nigeria. I told him we are Africans. I told him I know Kenya very well. Onyendu knows. I told him, I said, you guys should stop playing with the minds of our people. I'm not going to go further than this because if I go far on the other side, it will not be fine. And I will stop there. But I told him, he told me it's true. He went in and told Onyendu what I said. Onyendu said, what I said is bad. At the point, I told them, other people, he said, let us focus. Onyendu is in Nigeria. We have met moves in Kenya. They said, people, the DOS got a lawyer. If people don't know, people are talking, the DOS, we got an international lawyer in Kenya. After making a move, all we did, we said, okay, said Onyendu is in Nigeria, let's focus in Nigeria. If Onyendu comes out, if we need to do anything in Kenya, we will switch to that side. But for now, Onyendu is in Nigeria, let's put our energy in Nigeria. Along this line, Ejimakor has not been very cooperative anytime we ask him questions. Ask any DOS member. When you ask him something, he says you are questioning him. You do him this, you do he. But for me, I don't care when he do. Also, I raise my voice. When he wants to do that, I will raise my voice. And at a certain time, I told him, I said, Barrister, you are a lawyer for IPOD and Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. You are not an IPOD member. I can tell you till tomorrow. If somebody like even a state coordinator, a zonal coordinator for IPOD comes someplace with you, that person should be talking. When that person is talking, allow him to speak because he is an IPOD member. Your duty is to correct him whenever there is any legal implications in what he is saying. You can step in and correct him, but you don't speak. You can be special counsel to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. We don't have problem with that. If Mazi Nnamdi Kanu sent you somewhere, go for that. But don't speak for IPOD. I have reasons, and we know the reasons why. I'm not going to say some of this because respect is a reciprocal, but we need to. I got covered on Kotile. As some of them ever Kotile Yala. This is how, ask any DOS member, is it anybody in good communication with Aloy Ejimakor than me? Nobody. But at the time, I saw what is happening. Every one of you knows what Mrs. Bridget, Padam Meba, and the, what do they call him? Radis Chas. Every one of you saw what they did to this struggle. Mrs. Bridget all of them came up. Before Mrs. Bridget and the code did anything they did, Mazi sent me and Chukwudi forward to speak to people in America. We spoke to them on several occasions on radio, trying to clarify them. We are not satisfied. I know what Mrs. Bridget told us in that meeting. That even though Eperima did not sign the document, we should hand her over the document. She will make sure she signs it. So it is you, Eperima, will. All of you were there, Mrs. Bridget. They are the one, the women in America, they were the one push Simon Eperima and tell him to fight because they want to dislodge the leadership. After all that said and done, after all these things, I don't know what they are telling you because all these things are in the public domain. Every one of you saw when they make their vote of no confidence that they have removed the DOS, that the people in charge now is the Directorate of Justice. Every one of you knew about this. And every one of you knew that the women, Oyibo brought out the document, even Oyibo went to the point to Onyendu's wife, asked her to authenticate the document that the husband told her that if anything happens to him, that she, Oyibo, will become the next leader for the indigenous people of Biafra. Oyibo, the wife of Oyibo, the Oyibo herself, contacted Lolo Kanu, seeking her to authenticate, to sign that says she have approved. Why Oyibo was doing that? Darlington, one Darlington in UK, the man they used to send our address where Radio Biafra is sent. On one side, pushing Lolo Kanu to make a video saying that the leadership, since the leader is in the detention now, what is the man's name? One Darlington something, one old man that we used to use address in this thing. He was also pressurizing the wife of our leader to make a short video for him to display that now, since the husband is in the detention, that Eperima now becomes the new leader for the indigenous people of Biafra. All these things were going on. Pressures were coming from all angles. At the point, all these things are happening, Mazi. That is where our anger, the Ejimako, is, even deeper than that. All these things was happening. The social media, they are seeing everything. There is a meeting me and Mazi was having in America with some of our people from the US, a meeting, a Zoom meeting. Some people in America, as I'm saying now, some American coordinators and people there know what I'm saying. Somebody in the meeting told Mazi that he will not take any instruction from him because he gets his instruction directly from Onyendu in the DSS dungeon through his lawyer. He said he will not take any instruction from Chinedu. He said, which lawyer is Onyendu giving you people? He said he's getting his instruction on how to run America through Barrister and Lloyd Ejimako. Some of you don't know about this thing. Mazi told him, if you are not ready to serve under me, because when information are passed, the information are supposed to push down to the regional or the state, he doesn't do it. He don't want to do it until he gets instruction. How can a movement survive with people of such mentality? And these are people that want to come back to IPOB. So Ejimako become a medium of instruction to them. Mazi, on that, Ejimako now, I don't know how he wake up. I don't know who gave him that impetus. I don't know who. How did even Onyendu know? Who started lobbying? Onyendu is in the DSS dungeon. Somebody is recommending him that Bridget and the Fadameva should be brought in as members of the US. When Mrs. Bridget and this group, when we have broken them, most of you heard the voice message of Bridget. where he was telling people when we broke them from Onwata and with the Ferryman. He was saying to somebody that they did not do much because every information about this struggle is controlled by the GOS. That they cannot operate unless they are having information from the GOS. They knew. That is when they started, okay, since they are not having information from the GOS, they need to now plant people inside the GOS. Even the younger brother of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu put mouth in that subject also. That's what we're supposed to do. We do not need to question. We don't need to ask anything as long as only do so. If we see something that will destroy the struggle, and we know that Onyendu is not being given the right information, you people are not telling him what is happening outside, then you want us to bring Bridget and never put them in the GOS. Irrespective of any plan, who will announce it? Is it Chinedu, the HOD? Then we are looking for who they will use and make that announcement. To put Bridget and Meva inside the GOS. If we do that, the pressure come on me. I am not the one in position to announce it. Even if I come and announce it, how will the authorities look at me? See how they want to destroy you for their own selfish interest. I told you that the day Ejimako raised that, I was very upset with him. The following day, I called him because I know to him, in a bad way for trying to even tell us like that. And I spoke to him. I told him, if you go back, tell Onyendu, say it is not proper. Even if he wants to bring these people in the US, when he comes out and see how things have happened, he can do that. If he wants, if US is not for me, tomorrow I may decide, Onyendu can come out tomorrow. When he come out and do this, I told him I resign. I resign. I become a normal floor member. I am just serving the people of Biafra. I can do that. It's just because at this point, if anything happens, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will say, we abandon the struggle that he left in our care. If not, I will resign, become a normal member, pay my dues normal, nobody calls me, no more 20 hours meeting, no more 30 hours meeting, no more 40 hours meeting for trying to fix things. I could remember what Ejimako told me. He told me what we are doing is just the behavior of the brothers of the prodigal son. That when the prodigal son wants to come back to the family, everybody listen, that it is. I told him the Biafra struggle is nothing to compare or quantify with the prodigal son. People are dying in this struggle. Prodigal son went and squandered money. We are not talking about money, we are talking about life of people. Bringing Bridget and Meva into the GOS is a catastrophe. I don't know how to, I don't know how to show double face in my life. I will be the last person. Because I know what Mrs. Bridget has caused this struggle. I know what that woman has caused this struggle. But I reserve my comments. Because this is a woman that I respected, I give her attention, I explain things to her, but I found out she is a dear devil. Woman that is just destined to come and destroy. But for them, they think they are doing good. They don't listen. They don't even want to hear. Everything you tell them is something inside their head. They don't want to know. And how can you work with people who don't want to know? That was how this issue of Ejimako and all these things. And at that time, when Onyendu said to these people, and I explained to him this, expecting him to explain it to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. No, they won't explain. The brothers, basically the brother of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu came out and be screaming, we are disobeying Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. He gave us order, we disobey him. You see, that is the blackmailing word they use always. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu tell them to do this, they refuse to do it. You remember why I say this thing on air? Because he was blackmailing me, blackmailing the leadership. That's why I opened and I said, this is what happened. Because you are pushing me. People are asking me, what is it that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu told you to do? You people disobey him. What is it? As if there is something. And I know that when I open my mouth and say it in the public, Biafrans will say, what? And I can ask every one of you. Everybody knew what Bridget, Rabbi Chaff, and Father Megwa did in this struggle. If they said, throw a vote for them to come back, will anybody accept them? Is there anybody who will want these people to come back to this struggle, to sit with them and discuss? It's very impossible. Now, another point. When things are going not right, we're trying to, because we rely on them to pass information to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the one we can pass. But when you pass to, sometimes he will ask me, you have information from Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? I say, yes, I have. And sometimes I know any information I give him, he will first ask Kalonda if he will tell Onyendu or not. If Kalonda don't approve it, he will not tell it to Onyendu. Because there was an issue. One day we called him in a meeting. I told him, this is 1 year plus 6 months. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has been rendition. And I saw you came out to, you tried to exonerate the brother of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and the secretary. That they know nothing about the kidnapping of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and the kidnapping and about his rendition. That they don't have anything, they don't know anything about. I said 1 year and 6 months. Why is it that Onyendu don't want to exonerate the GOS? That the GOS did not know anything about his rendition, because that is one thing. They have killed many people. That is one thing people have suffered. That is one thing many GOS members, it has become a stigma on them as people who sold Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And as I'm saying this thing, I want everybody to just open your ears and hear what Ejimako told me. Ejimako told me he had never seen anybody who said that the GOS is behind the rendition of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And this was there's another lawyer there, man who was there. I said, did you say what? He told me he had never heard it. Nobody had ever said that GOS. I said, really? Ejimako. From that day, I became more careful whatever I would discuss with him. That was when I realized there is nothing. And along the line, most of you did not understand. There are some newspaper publications Ejimako was writing to defend Eberima. When they became, and every time when we talk with him, he tells us, hey, you people don't give me money. DOS, do they give me money? Who are we giving money? Which lawyer are we giving money? There is no lawyer. IPOB is taking. Most of them do this job even help from their pocket. There is no money. They are the one meeting Onyendu. The leadership, there is no money they kept for them to give to them. And we believe you that is meeting Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, if there is anything he's supposed to give, he cannot. If there is a case we want you to go for it. We will, because that is always you people give money. DOS, do they give me money? Maybe because we are not giving him money, he look for where they are giving him money. But to bring this story short, what the problem that leads to people to confront Ejimako is not because of the letter that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, you understanding me, gave to him. The letter is authentic. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu gave that letter. In fact, the letter came late. Nobody, unless a stupid person like those, these conspirators, because they fight, they know themselves. Nobody, no IPOB member or no IPOB leadership who did not know that it was Onyendu that gave the note. We all knew. But our problem was that when Ejimako was given that particular letter, he went further to go on the newspaper, on the television, and write television. That is where the anger comes in. To tell people that he knew all the things we are saying about the criminality in our place, himself also knows issues where people's car have been taken. He knew that. We tried also to help to make sure those cars were recovered. Ejimako knew. When Baby, let me say this thing very clear. Everybody remember Baby. It is because of Baby that we send men inside Uruala. Because Ejimako called. There are people disturbing in their place. That they said they are ESL. I told him they are not. We continue investigation and found out that Baby and his gang have relocated from also when they were having problems with those people and went to Uruala and start attacking people in the marketplace. He called me and I told him, Barrister, these people are not our people. But you are our barrister. You cannot bring this issue, and we kept silent. I told him, don't worry, we will do our best. That was what led to haunting of Baby. You remember Baby that many of them who they were promoting, supporting the one they were asking. Baby was terrorizing Uruala. Before we send people in to make sure that Baby and his team were neutralized. How can at the end of the day, people committing crimes, you now come on the national television and say the same people of Simon Eka is the same, they are the same followers of Nnamdi Kanu. How can you say that? When you know that somebody tell you he's an autopilot. This thing did not happen months back. He told you he had his own liberation army. He had this Biafra liberation army. He's the prime minister of the Biafra government in exile. You knew all this. These things are not new to you. And you say they belong to Mazi and the Kanu. Mazi, this is where the problem comes in. This is where you see the anger of Biafrans on Aloy Ejimako. There are many things that we don't need to share on earth. It's not necessary. But this is where the problem comes in. He knew when the Prime Minister turned himself from spokesperson to ESN, every title he has taken. And at the end of the day, he knew. He said he knew all the publication. How is the Prime Minister? He knew all those things. He saw those things. He saw his liberation. He formed his own liberation. He saw his autopilot. How can you take all these things and say they are Nnamdi Kanu? I want to understand. Unless there is something Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is telling you that we don't know, and if he's telling you those things, so what is the essence of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu telling you he did not authorize a perima or anything? And that is where the problem comes in. Yes, Madubugu came on air. He said everything the message they sent, it is based on that Madubugu is saying that I think Madubugu will be coming on air tomorrow also, and he can clarify on that. Yes, the message Aloy brought to the public against the Perima is from Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. No doubt about it. Nobody is arguing for it. That is how it is. But one thing is this: why after 2 years? Why told the DOS to stop the sit at home from day one, 6th of August 2021? Then why going in the back? Because Aloy was one of the people who delivered that message that the audience to say we should stop sit at home. So if Aloy delivered this message in 2021, how can he go from the back also? Working with this secret literature who is using, and he knew, we are telling him, he's in connection with politicians, he knows what they are talking that is happening. So, for people that don't know, for people that came into the struggle yesterday and start talking on the social media, you are one of the biggest fools. Why we don't talk much on the social media? Because it's a crazy world. Everybody have free, as long as you have data, you can type in something. It does not move, it does not shake off because we know the truth. Some people come, they said, what are you doing? You want us to come and tell you? Is that what you're looking at? You think The system of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is not our own system. Because we know there are things we need to make corrections since Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Do you know how many consultants working for IPOB? Don't expect us to announce it on air. We will not do that. Our own is not, we are not looking for anybody to praise us. And I can say something there, man. You know, some of them come, they talk about, oh, Chinedu don't talk. Chinedu don't talk. I want Mazi, every Biafran here, everybody listening, after this broadcast, go and watch Ojukwu. Does Ojukwu talk too much? Ojukwu is soft-spoken. Have you ever seen Ojukwu talking too much? Mazi Nnamdi Kanu came, that is his own nature, his own style of leadership. And people must not be like him. If Chinedu comes up and is a soft-spoken leader, does that make him a weak leader? Take him out, let us see. Leadership is not about an individual. Leadership is about an institution. That is what we have created in IPOB. We want to create IPOB in such a way that anybody can come in and be the leader who is capable, whether you talk or you follow the principles and the structure and everything, as long as they are put in place. You come, you think. I could remember when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, some people were talking, oh, had it been Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is as big as Uchemefo, with big stomach, people will be afraid of him. You see, in their mind, that is the mentality they know. Just like some men, they want to marry a woman, whether she has brain or no brain, they just they want a big woman, a very gigantic woman they will marry. But that makes those who marry a small woman not to have the same thing they can get. Why I'm saying this is that all these people, Biafran, IPOB, media warriors, these kind of people block them on social media. Or we have passed the stage. And one thing people don't understand is that in this movement, is stage by stage. There was a time we are trying for people to know who we are. We are trying to share our grievances. We are trying to, you understand me, when they were calling us miscreants, that time, we do everything to make sure that the public, the international community knows us. Today, they knew IPOB. They knew the reason why IPOB is agitated. Nobody calls you a miscreant again. Today, they address you as a Biafra, or they call you an IPOB member. That is the thing. And when we have come to this stage, we need another strategy. The way we speak, the way we convince people, the way we talk to people. At this moment, it is not your papa, your mama. You educate somebody because you have a lot of information to pass out. Because they are new. They have nothing to offer. They can't even make a simple argument. They can't be constructive. That is why you need to be very, very focused. Mazi, to go further on this issue, you know, the visit of Nnamdi has opened the eyes of many things. Just that short visit, a visit that has been denied for over 2 years. We wish that it is how Kadiama wanted. Because you found out that for 2 years, they have lied for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu on many things. And which our brother was saying, who is feeding you? Nnamdi was asking, who is feeding you these things? Let me ask everybody, you know, when I come on there, I want to explain things that people can understand. Let me ask all IPOB members, families around the world. Any coordinator, any continental rep, do you communicate with Kalonda? Do you tell him the day-to-day activities of this movement? No. Do any one of you present him what the leadership is doing, you know, from the top to down? No. But how can he be able to know what is happening in IPOB leadership? In IPOB. He is not in IPOB presently. Even before, he just because a brother to Mazi Nnamdi, he said this, he don't even know how IPO. I have been in this struggle for 10 years. He may have discussion with his brother, there is no doubt about that. But in IPOB structure, I have never seen him in any meeting for IPOB structure. I have never seen him for everything we are doing. So where do they get the information that they're going to feed Onyendu or based on only gossip? For example, all of you saw what he wrote last time that they went to Chinasa's hotel in Imo State. When they came to catch me, then I ran away from the hotel. The other time he said that my parents are living in the military barracks, that I took my parents and ran, they are living inside the military barracks in Abia State. Does this now tell you people when this blackmail that the moment they arrest Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, that Chinedu, Chinedu, and the powerful were in Nigeria cruising with their jeep and lavishing money? Have you people seen where that are you seeing the connection? All these things I'm telling you, they're going to fit Onyendu these lies. And Onyendu, of course, is a human being. He can be wondering, is this the people I left? Is this the men that I left that are doing these things? Some he might believe, some he might not believe. But I'm not putting any blame on him until he comes up. These people went to the point. Look at the media warriors. The job all of you are doing. All of you coming on the social media. You know why I'm saying this thing? You know, somebody almost made the Giyama or I am saying these things because maybe tomorrow, if I'm not alive, Onyendu comes out or anything happens, people will say, Chinasa once said this thing on the radio. These people went to the point to say that IPOB leadership don't talk about Onyendu again. The media, we have totally, you understand me, that it is now, we are doing, that we have hijacked the radio. All the protests we are doing around the world, they don't tell Onyendu anything. They don't tell them people protest for him. They don't tell him anything. What they go there is to say, the leadership do this, the leadership do that, the leadership do this, they did that, they did this, and sometimes, even to the point, there is somebody I'm not going to call his name, that is an in-law to Onyendu. He goes to visit Onyendu sometimes. This is a man, I have never spoken to him in my life, I don't see him, I cannot recognize him. Chinedu have not spoken to him, because I know if me and Chinedu, let me say me, if me, Chinasa have not spoken to him, automatically it's difficult to hear that Edoziem has spoken to him or Mazi Nnamdi or Azayoba or Abani if I have not spoken to him. A man who has not spoken to Chinasa before. He don't know how I look. I don't even know him. These are people, when they concocted, these are people who are setting all kind of lies against the leadership of IPOB. They don't speak with you. At least somebody says something, they will come to you and ask, I hear something like this. But they go straight, even to the point they tell Onyendu, ESN is no more. It's just like to make him to give up inside the prison. That ESN, no, everything is, you understand me, IPOB is gone. It's only them now. Let me ask this simple question. Who among Onyendu family can compete the least IPOB media warrior what they are doing on social media for the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? Which one of them is capable to do the job? I'm not talking about myself because I am on social media for 10 years, for more than 10 years. And my message is only one, restoration of Biafra. Anytime Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is being detained, I will also continue fighting. And somebody will go and tell, they are filling Mazi Nnamdi Kanu with lies, making him, even they want him to go crazy because when he's there, he says, so the leadership have abandoned me. Sometimes whatever he says, you may not blame him.
Mazi, can I cut in here so that you continue with the flow?
I want everybody to listen very well. Have all of you forgotten? Released by Kanu.
Mazi, can I cut in here? Mazi, can I cut in here so that you continue with all these things that are happening? And, these are, the grand plan of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu being kept in order to destroy the movement. Do you think that these people are helping as they are talking about release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, but actually the actions are proving otherwise, showing the Nigerian government, the green light to continue detaining him? Do you think that with all these things happening, that it will be easy for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to be released? Because the Nigerian government might be thinking that, look, the more they continue, the more there will be confusions, and the more the movement will be destroyed. Don't you think so? Mazi, continue.
Mazi, let me tell you something. If you ask Mazi or Former, you ask other people. Even if we feel upset, okay, about something, we can only communicate through the lawyers. We don't have any other means. Sometimes also, somebody like me, I don't communicate. Reasons, I have reasons. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is in the hands of the enemy. Messages, if you pass a message to somebody who don't know the foundation, or like a signal for the person to understand, they may not effectively communicate that information. We don't write. Reasons are, if the enemy is in the hands of the enemy, if they found out there is a grudge or anger in us, are you understanding my point? Maybe we are not happy for something, or they may use it, they get a very big chance to use it to attack, widen the anger, widen the problem. We understand those things. And that's why, anyhow it is, we keep our calm. With the black men, with everything. First, let me tell you, people in America, I want to ask every one of you, and because I'm saying this in these are the lies they have put on the members of the people in America. Let me ask you something. Is it Chinedu that closed the account in America? Does Chinedu know what happened in the account in America? I'm sure the answer is no. Is it Chinedu people in Germany, the German family? Is it Chinedu that closed the account in Germany? Is it Chinedu? Because why I'm saying this is so that you people will know the lies they put on this gentleman. They told you that Chinedu was the one that closed the account in America. The account, me and Chukwu, your former, went to talk about, even we become enemies because we asked them when they were saying it is in Nayanya, we told them, give us evidence that it was Nayanya that closed this account. The people, the women in America are there. If I am lying, come and tell me. Me and Chukwu, your former, told them, give us a subpoena if you think, so that we can show it to the leadership. Say, this is true, it is not. But today, they say the Chinedu closed the account. They say the Chinedu closed the account in Germany. They say the Chinedu closed the account in South Africa. You know why I'm saying this thing? So that all of you will open your ears and know the type of black men. The type of black men these people are doing. And the person who generates most of this black men is coming from Kingsley, Kanu. Every black man against Chinedu and all these things comes from Kanu. They say Chinedu closed the account in Italy. I call these 4 countries so that all of you will be awake. The day Onyendu will come out. You people must stand up to tell him the truth. How you people's accounts were closed. Today, Mazi, every Biafran, remember, if you remember the note, how HAUSA circulated everywhere. Are we not contradicting ourselves that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu banned the DOS not to talk about Simon Eba? banned. If somebody has that paper, please republish it on social media. They brought this document because we were exposing what they were doing, and they were not happy because they were using him to do certain things. This document was in the public domain. So, if only to ban the DOS not to speak about Simon Ekpa. Now, ask yourself, Onyendu said, make a paper disassociating himself. Also, if we want to be selfish, we will say, let us wait until Onyendu leaves the ban. Until he leaves the ban, that DOS should not talk about this. Are you understanding what I'm saying? Because we know what all the games they were offering. The documents are there. They share it on social media. Mazi, when I start shouting about Asari Dokubo, when I was screaming about Asari Dokubo in Imo State, because I knew Asari Dokubo was working. I knew Asari Dokubo was important. At the early stage, it was OSPAC that Dave Omahi, it was OSPAC that Rosemma was working with Wike. OSPAC, they continue to kill OSPAC in Imo State, kill OSPAC in Imo State. And they Wike went a different way before he contracted Asari Dokubo. Mazi, do you believe that all that time Asari, today Asari is also shouting everywhere his private army, he's saying how he came in Imo State. Do you believe that when I was shouted and Powerful was writing press release against Asari Dokubo, they brought a message that Onyendu said Powerful should not write about Asari again. Because Asari was working with Hoku Zodema and they have a business with Hoku Zodema. I am saying it on the radio. Powerful is there. They told him, don't write about Asari Dokubo again. If you write about Asari Dokubo, this will happen to you. What are we doing to ourselves? Then Asari grew wings until they saw Asari in Aso Rock, where he was pronouncing how they will kill, don't release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. All of a sudden they wake up. They come to tell us, nobody is saying that we are there. Asari is attacking Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, nobody is saying anything. Why all this? What is it? Are we not big enough to take decisions that we make this government work? Let me tell you people one thing. Denial and shifting blame is a very big war instrument. People should know that. Denial and shifting blame is always a strategy by secret service to dislodge an movement. It's not any movement. This is what we have gone in the hands of our people. I don't want to talk about the ones they lied against me, because I know record will not lie. As Nnamdi told Onyendu that she has given me something million. And I said, okay, maybe the accounts are there. And when Onyendu come out, I will make it public. There are things I will never want it to go under the table. I start to ask. I said to myself, when was the last time I had anything to do with Nnamdi? Because why I'm saying this, these are information that come out. I said, I hope she has the record. I have said this thing on Radio Biafra on many occasions since 26th December. 26th December 2021. Everybody put this date down. 26th December, that was the last date. This is the last day I have anything to do with Nnamdi today. This is the last day I stopped requesting anything from Nnamdi. The last day I have spoken to her. The last day I have given her any message till date. Reasons are there. There are reasons. When Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was rendition, he gave instruction, if we need anything, we can take it from Nnamdi. Money for things, and we know the site is talking about. I used to send Nnamdi messages of our fallen people to bury, people that have cases that they bring out. I'm sure any transaction she made, I am 100% sure she has the account. She is not somebody you can get money from her without writing the reason for the money, which I knew. They are all there. But the time I was very careful before this date was when I requested money from him the first time, after Mazi was brought in Nigeria, I make that request, Sisi to Chika Edoziem, Sisi to Unzurumike, and Sisi to Chukwudi Ofoma. When I sent that request to her, she told me that if I want her to release any money, I should not see anybody about any request that I want. If I want to get money from her, that I can only send it to her. And I didn't feel comfortable because I know the way this woman behaves. I said, if I do things only with this woman, why now I forgot to say one day. And the same message, because when they will talk to tell Mazi and the Kanu, they'll just come out and they will start blackmailing you. I know, I think ahead of them. The same message she sent for me, I sent it to Mazi Ofoma. I sent it to HOD, send it to Mazi Nzurumike. I said, see, I'm making a request, but I want people to be aware that I'm making a request. But this woman told me, if I gave anybody CC of my request, that she will, then Mazi Ofoma advised me, this is a simple thing, make request to her, and just for her to see, then you will send a copy to Edoziem, or that's all. I said, okay. So any request I make for her, we make screenshot, I send it to Mazi Edoziem. And most of the requests were people in the court. People that were being held, people to bury, many people were mainly burial, people being held, and some of the officers, their parents died, they need to bury them. That was where the range of our request. Now, on 26th, I made a request about some of our members in the prison in Abuja, which Mrs. Gole was inside, Ngozi Adade was inside. Many of them were inside in Abuja.
Mazi, do we need all these details? Is it not so detailed?
Yes. No, Mazi is better because that accusation is there. Are you understanding me? I'm saying it because that accusation is there. I may not be here tomorrow. We don't know. But I'm saying I just want to cut it short. Mazi, at that particular time, I asked this woman, there are people in the prison in Ebonyi State and people in prison in Cross River. When I ask, I want to say why I stopped communicating to her, asking her for anything. That's where I'm coming to. When I asked her, I asked her to send money to people in the prison. It was during December time, there was cold, and some of them are still in prison. They are still in prison till today. They are still in prison. And the people in Cross River, I told her, please, I didn't ask something that I can do also on myself when I have money. Send Ebonyi people 200,000, send people in Cross River 150,000. She told me she will not do it. That unless I give him a lawyer. I told him these are people in the prison. The one in Abuja that gives to Emeka, Emeka. The one in there gives to their welfare. These guys are in the prison. It's cold period. She told me she will not do it. I told her why. Said I should not ask her unnecessary questions. That was when I told her I will never come to you again to ask her for our people. Because I found out you are using it as a ransom. She told me, if you don't come to me, other people will come to me. Until today, I never go to her because I'm a man of principle. And I sent it to Mazi Edoziem. I don't know later whether she sent it to them, and that was the end. You know why I'm saying this thing? The way they have planned to destroy this struggle. And there are people, when we see them in this one, we start shouting. And let me give you another example. You see the audio message you hear in where they will say that we kill Mazi, that Onyendu gave him weapons. Which weapons? It is Kalonta that started that lie. That was what he used and deceived many people in Biafra land. When he wants to blackmail you, and people believe in that his brother Mazi, that Onyendu gave you so things that you sold it and get the money. And that lie is still 3 times they have gone, they want to kill Mazi because of that thing. 3 times. Something a man does not know, has no information about it. And he knew nothing like that. People have died where they are defending those things. But they, because they're holding the money, they thought they would destroy the struggle. Their aim was to dislodge this struggle, but today they have understood that this Biafran mission is ordained by Chukwuka, not by man. When they hold Mazi, when they were trying to destroy, you see this boy they call Solomon Ebo in Enugu State, in UK, the one that following them we talk about, that before attack Mazi and say he have begged him. You know what they do when they hear some of our members have problems? They call them. I'm telling you, maybe they're listening and they know, I know everything. They will say, why this guy didn't say, we keep it for the rainy days. There are many information, everything they did, we have. He called one of the principal officers in Biafra land. He said, oh, we hear you have, it was Solomon Ebo, called the guy. We know we hear that you have house issues. What happened? Why they have not paid your house issues? He said, I have told the leadership, they told me to wait. He said, oh, you are waiting for the leadership. They will not do it. They will eat the money. They will never give you anything. The blackmail Chinedu, when he talked like that, he dropped the telephone. Few minutes, Kalonta called the guy. He said, the guy, I hear that you have problem, house problem. Why you don't come to me and tell me this? The guy said, well, I have told the leadership. He said, oh, leadership? Then we never not do it. I said, how much is your house rent? The guy told him. He said, I told you they will never do it for you. People that are hearing my voice, you know what this leadership have done for all of you. Both the one from our boss and the one the leadership have tried to keep to make sure this struggle is moving. There has been, when they deny us funds, He told the guy, okay, send me your account number, I will put that money for you. He said, excuse me, I need one favor from you. This is Kanu talking to the guy. He's a principal officer. He said, I need one favor from you. He said, what's that favor? He said, I want you to go around the state, collect the workshop of every ESN commander, put them in one forum. I want to be addressing them. Make Skype for them, prepare Skype for them. Then when you prepare this thing, you call me, I will be addressing them. The guy said, currently, I don't know about ESN commander, so I am not aware who is who. He said, if you need this information, I think the best person you can ask this thing is Mazi. He said, the guy who? He told him this is an insult for calling my name where he is. That he started to abuse the guy in Papa, in Mama, curse him. The guy said, what did I do? He cursed the guy until he closed the telephone on the guy.
Mazi, can I ask you? Mazi, please. Mazi, can I come in here? Yes. Because, this thing you are saying, sometimes, it will be, I know many people will be itching. Then when they are big, you know why I say this? Let me ask, which money is this guy, Kanu Takano, dishing out? Or we go Henshi, we go IPOB, or we go Nkakbaya? That is what how can an organization be held hostage, the fund, and now they'll be using it to as they want to do well and this and that to gather favor from people, whereas the organization is there with the structure and we believe that things are going well.
They are surprised. How are the men being taken care of? In Abia State, they sent somebody. He went to ask the student, You people, are you people eating? Are you people eating? If you are not eating, this woman, remember she's the one in charge of the finance, so he will let me know. He said I should ask you people, if you are not eating, they will give you money. We got the information. And Makachineke, on this platform, I told the people, if that guy come close to the camp, come close to ask anybody, kill him. Don't we have to make sure any of them that tried that nonsense, because that was what they did at the early stage. They destabilize, they use the money in their possession, and they go, when they do that, when they cannot, they go to Union, they tell you ESN, nothing. They are not doing anything. They don't know about ESN. They don't know the work of ESN. They don't know. But what they are good in is they hear that ESN pursue Fulani somewhere. Some of them ran to governor. You see, ESN is doing, they are pursuing Fulani, they are helping you to control security. We need some money. They take money on behalf of ESN. We have all the records. But I'm not going that side. Because at no, but the Lord time they say we here, but you're orange. That's all now. Thank you. I'm trying to orange. These are the things they have done, trying to discredit the leadership. Because of me, what have I done? Somebody can ask them, what did Chinasamoru did to you people? Just ask them this question. Ask them this simple question. What have I made? Because I'm so outspoken, they cannot intimidate us. We are not people that they can come and bow down for them. We don't bow for people. We respect Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. We adore him. We obey him. But if we reach where the siblings of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will ride on our head, because if it's not Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, but because of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, every member of the family of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have ridden on this struggle. They have ridden on this leadership. If they have did this to us, and we are still here respecting Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, that is a very great sacrifice. We have not, because of what his family did to us, we have not disrespected Mazi Nnamdi Kanu for one day. I have brothers and sisters. Chinedu have brothers and sisters. Azayoba have brothers and sisters. Mazi Nnamdi, all of us have brothers and sisters. People who are outspoken also like us. But all of us cannot be. I don't think my brother can insult somebody because of this struggle. My sister cannot insult somebody because of this struggle. We are contributing, and many of us. This one, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu sibling will insult us, blackmail us, the sister will blackmail us, the in-law will blackmail us. Then you ask yourself, what are we in? If we are not called for this struggle, by now we will be having problems everywhere. Look at the person they nurture. All that they did with Eperima was to destroy the leadership. Nothing more. There is nothing more, nothing less. All this thing you see Eperima ranting, all this, they were feeding him with some information. Sometimes Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will give information to Emma Power to put it in a press release. They will also, they got an information, they give it to Eperima. Eperima will use it and run to the distance. And they start making broadcasting, dishing out order. They were sabotaging this struggle for 2 years. When we finish our work, we say we are done. Let Chukwuka do the rest. And that is the prayer everybody is supposed to be praying. And that is all. So, if I go on this land, we are not going to leave here today. And I would like to stop here. In case there are questions you want to also put down, I am here before we go to the next topic. There, woman.
Yes, in all this, there is news headline.
Are you there?
Yes. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I muted my distance with you. Sorry. Yes, I was talking before. I said yes, there is a question about this. There is one news or news headline talking about the Nigerian defense chief. He said that IPOB, that is going to finish IPOB. You know, I want to know from you. Talk about it, please. What has brought this? Is it because he is a new, defense chief, or is it because of maybe what has brought this? Is it because he is a new, defense chief, or is it because of maybe